weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is honey battered fried chicken with tater tots, and it looks like Emily is currently available for a full service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. Today will be my 25th Final Fantasy XIV stream, and we are within sight of the end of Shadowbringers' main story. I have no idea if we'll actually finish it up today, but I'm hopeful. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. A lot of these main story ending quests tend to be very long and very involved, so we'll see what we can do, right? I have enjoyed this quest an awful lot, and you know, what would be a better way than to wrap up the very horror-themed expansion the very day after Halloween, right? Anywho, I can't wait to see what this has in store for us, but as always, I will be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as regular old conversation, so don't be afraid to fill the chat with discussion. But yeah, let's go ahead and head on over to our game screen. I'm just going to go ahead and put my chat window over here. I can actually kind of see what's going on in a reasonable way. There we are. Okay. And as you can see, I am still rocking the good old-fashioned, witch outfit for the holiday. With my wonderful little magical broom here. I do know that, it is November 1st now, but I didn't really get a chance to, Halloween it up. So, I'm going to do that for my last stream. How about that? Let's see what we shall see. Ooh, that lighting makes that look great. The older model, however, does not.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky, knowing what it means to everyone, and that you're responsible.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody does know, it's you. It's all such a mess. Outfits like this on Lalafell always amuse me. We got one whole pixel of Booba.
Here you stand alone, expecting no one else to bear the burden for you.
Look at that badonk, though.
You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood, when we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice, one last fight, one last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest.
Yeah.
There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one.
Mm-hmm. As if you live in a society. Or something.
To think that their hope still burns so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally...
Ooh, the bloom is a little
feel
strong in this
proud of
shot.
the part we played in helping this world survive.
Fist bump. Maybe.
Well,
Come on.
come on then.
Hello, Moral Compass Gaming. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shiny and chrome. Or wait, what was it that Robot Jock said? I don't remember.
Between us was no coincidence. My story
Thank you
may be
kindly.
finished,
I know I'm a day late, but you know, streaming schedule being what it is.
in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish.
Oh goodness gracious, I cannot need caffeine at this early.
For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
You were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
I love her so much.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
Thank you, I think.
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you?
Help me?
Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
No, I'm good, thank you.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Eel Meg will rise up in your defense.
No, I don't want to take that away
My
from you.
crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion.
I appreciate that she does still have to be one of the Fae, even if she is useful
Would become
and
of
helpful.
My precious and ephemeral flower. Oh, my dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits.
Yep.
Your kind is always is so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
Wonder what she sounds like in Japanese, because, like, hearing Japanese with a Celtic brogue would be very, very interesting to me.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
And people wonder why Midsummer Night's Dream is my favorite Shakespeare play.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting, waiting and watching.
Since you also weren't here, also brought out the magical broom. So, you know. Feeling very magical today. Bud, I don't think that you're gonna be able to clean that. But okay. Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you've not come in search of an Amaro. What do I know about the Crystal Exarch? Happy to share, but I fear there is no surprising revelations. As any in the city could tell you, he's a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. None can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons past, a comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. That's going to be upstairs, isn't it? So go ahead and use the Ether Shard. Oh, and that one's downstairs. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell you as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade has passed since the coming of the Flood. Or had passed. when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Voberites fleeing their ruined kingdom. Together they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, but he refused to share his name. He refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin. So alike to the tower he had summoned and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Well, I know a name for him. Whether he even knows his real name is a question, actually. Lynn, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions, unspoken rule and all that. Well, if anyone has fresh insights to share, it'll be Captain Lina, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lina... Lina? Lina? I can never really tell. She'll be at her usual post at the Exensor Gate. If I recall correctly, that's in Lakeland, yep. They released footage of the new Ultimate today and people are excited. Yes, I saw that trailer. Ooh, that looks difficult. It reminds me of the fight on top of the ship from patch quests for Stormblood. I can't remember what it was called. It's the one with the evil ship. I don't remember if it was even a dungeon or a raid. Dark, no. I guess it must have been a raid then. Not Jade Stoa, not Emanation. Sire Song, maybe? Escape? Was it a Heavensward thing? The Void Arc, that's the one. Or was it Dunscathe? It was part of that. Hello, Fifi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am in the last few missions of Shadowbringers. So we are knocking right along, and I didn't really get to cosplay very much for the holiday, so I'm spending today as Little Witch Lalafell, as you can see. Yeah, we're about 10 missions away from the end, I think. Or quests, whichever you want to call it. You're picky about that. Oop. Main story. Main story. We're finishing up the main Shadowbringers thing. Haven't gotten to the post patch quests yet. Last time we beat the beautiful baby and then got confirmation that the Exarch was Grahatia. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with the key. It opens a door in the ocular, the center chamber known as the umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. Gasp. He bid me allow none into the tower once he departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, I knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Lynn. I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Nope, not gonna tell you. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you've come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be far more in danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Okay, let me catch up with chat. You loved that. Lost your mind when you noticed the song that was playing was the Crystal Tower theme. I know, right? I love it when leitmotifs come back like that. Thank you very much. I am definitely a fan of this look, and I think I'm going to keep this look for my Pictomancer glamour. Just, I don't know, for some reason, like, that fits the theme, you know? At least in my brain. Doing some paperwork, just going to lurk and listen. Fair enough, fair enough. I understand. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Alrighty. Let's teleport back. Nyum. An adorable outfit when running, though.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Books and books and books and books and books. It's a big old mood for the library, though. Whoop.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then. By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thy Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds.
Interesting.
Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes. And thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass.
Okay.
The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous.
Step away from the screen real quick.
Howsoever
BRB.
history be rewritten,
I'll leave the video playing.
thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her, the warrior of light, has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was
Dog was giving me a worrying look of like, I'm so sorry. Nothing wrong, just she grabbed a piece of toilet paper.
In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
And that brings things full circle with how he
Is this truly thy wish?
interacted with the Rift, shall we say.
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There's been enough tragedy.
Woof.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Need to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch.
We should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair
Sure
must be down
did.
there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Ooh, a dungeon. Or raid. Either or. Let's see what we can do. We do have a commercial break coming up at some point soon, but I'm pretty sure we can get to that before, or at least maybe find it before that starts up. Did you find the answers you sought? Is there anything, or is there nothing more you need? Or if there's nothing more you need, I'll go and lock the door. I have some questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they'll provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... well, that's what I need. You mean to leave right this moment? Alone? Yeah, kinda. I'm not sure that... well... nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. You know, I remember seeing a lot of my friends who stream messing around in this area back when this was current content, and it truly was beautiful to see how many people were running around in this area. Cannot wait to actually get to that sort of social situation myself. You require an Amaro? Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. Wait, the open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Well, our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor... oh, I wish I had talked to that guy over there. Oop, having a moment. Yep, give me a second. My knee. Oh, my knee. Oh, I whacked my knee. I'm sorry.
We have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste.
That does make sense. However, suspicion.
By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Yeah, huh. I know why you did it, but still.
The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare.
Hello?
Yet it is not but
Someone's flirting with Dad again.
success in thee.
Okay, are we talking like regular performer flirting or like flirting?
Art thou not?
Well, he sent me to get you.
If thou canst
Oh boy.
forgive my
Okay.
deception,
As soon as this
seeing
cutscene's
thou
over, I need to
set
go
aside
save my
thy
husband.
displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
There is nothing to forgive. But
I thank thee.
meh.
Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sure you will.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea.
Ah, most of the big things we do
Leaving
aren't.
Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianche. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know.
Oh, didn't mean to
Alice,
actually skip
please.
that.
You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed.
Ooh, good voice work from Alice there.
I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Looks like it.
Is there aught we can do to help?
Swear to God, Emmett. Okay, no, it's not him. Okay, good.
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
They all know? Of course they all know.
No. Well, not in so many words.
Mm-hmm.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
Mm-hmm.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions.
That does make sense.
Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
We thought we were being so sneaky, and just nope, everyone knew the whole time.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Defend the Crystarium until we return. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, I need to go save my husband from the too aggressive flirting that his crowds sometimes do. We'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. I'll run a commercial and then, yeah, everybody stand up, stretch, get some food, get some water, do all that good stuff, and we'll be back. Talk to you soon. Swear to God, if it's Sally again, she's gonna get banned. Okay, V is saved. And let's get back to saving this world. Thou didst plan to commandeer Namaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear that following dive down into Emmett Silk's underwater abode would drain even their legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet, ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea doth closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Okay, so that's probably where we would have been limited if we had not completed at least one of the job quests. But I did do that while off stream. Let's see. What other things? Create the Crystarium. Still mean. I feel like that one has to do with... oh, yep, that is in fact the one that has to do with, like, jobs of the hand or whatever. Ooh, oysters in the half shell. Turtle power. Anyway. Then affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs to have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. But rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Well, let's go ahead and deal with that then. Back out to Fort Job. And we'll take a quick flight on our handy dandy magic broom. Nyum. There's never any in-flight movies on these things. Oop. Make a slight adjustment. Next island over. Oh, there's your Yojay. Just for shits and giggles. It's just fun whenever mounts have fun little things they can do, you know? There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? I mean, yes? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason of mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Alright, well. Back on the broom. I'm wearing shorts. I'm wearing shorts, good. I love that flying close to the water surface creates turbulence. New. Up. Huh? Suspect rock formation, you say? Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Interesting use of a recolored version of a grass texture. That's to be certain. Hang on a minute, this is a giant critter. This is like a whale or something. That's an eye. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone islets because they are. Oh god, I don't want to be anywhere near that. Oh no, 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 no. No, thank you. That is how little critters get eaten. I am, in this case, a critter, so... Ugh. What hast thou discerned? Reminds me of a certain primal. It's just like the big one, yes, yes. That impression is not inaccurate. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. I, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale, revered by the Vanu Vanu of the Source. I would enlist its aid to bear us into the deep, and thus banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form into the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the Ruby Sea. Within its compass we may move unencumbered and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most likely surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. Okay, this is going to be fun. Water. I wonder if the actor for Urianche already knew how to speak Gaelic or not.
Fallen si lor wislan, ada si alina.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
We seek to help the sun set. Need my branch. Oh, I'm pretty sure she's horny. She is so happy about that.
A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight.
Oh.
Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Yes, Bismael win picked. Van Dromi Drom Jacob. Van Re
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
Fair enough.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
Does he have teeth or does he have baleen?
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Like, her actress clearly speaks Gaelic. So she switches back and forth way too easily. Well... Not quite as spooky as the space whales of Dishonored or Blades in the Dark, but still pretty spooky.
And just like that, it's all
Because, like, real life whales are actually pretty fucking spooky. They are way too big.
100 years of honey and rainbows. Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods.
I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
I mean, you say that, my dude, but, turn around.
What the? Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
You want to get away from there right now. You want to get away.
It's not stopping.
Yeah, dude. Run. I love it when we get those little moments where people are just normal-ass people in these worlds. Alright, we'll be coming over to brush your teeth soon, buddy. I hope that's an actual mission for, like, a Disciple of the Hand job. Heh, hand job.
Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves?
Mm-hmm.
The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
The idea. Aha! Gulp. Well, glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. But we have arrived at the Tempest, safe and dry. It is here that we shall find the lair of Emmett Selk, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower, and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. And lurk him all working, very excited. Ooh, yay! Thank you very much, Raku. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have but to find them. In the event you leave the area, speak with Newell in Vinmont Yards in Calusia to return to the Tempest. Duly noted. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmett Selk will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope downwards towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. I mean, didn't we kind of already see one in the cutscene somewhere? Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Ooh, yeah, like a flood-strewn area after the waters have receded. Do I have flight here? No, of course not. No. That may not be the case, but... Oh, look! An ether current. Ooh, hang on. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Southwest you say, and yet we're going southeast. There's a thing... There we go. Oh my goodness, there is so much questing to do down here to get flight. Holy moly. I'll worry about that later. That's certainly a critter. I don't like it. Oh, wow, okay. Wow, we're doing the whole underwater folks thing. Okay, interesting. Gasp. I mean, he would be gasping. He's used to living underwater. Shocked their entire civilization hasn't drowned. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Why did I even take that damage then? It was just gonna bounce me back up to the... Shouldn't have gotten that. It's fine. I didn't die. It's fine. Interesting name, fellow. Are you trying to sweep the water, little broom? Don't think it's going to work. Hello. Finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water? Well, we didn't know there were people down here. I'm sorry. So this is where the Ondo make their home. I had wondered. Alpha, no, you do? Pray forgive us for any inconvenience we've caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a more urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? Suppose we are, in a way. The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave. I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. I was fully expecting a dungeon, not another explorable area. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Would be Emmett Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Or perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? I cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us... Well, Lynn, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? The chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, we must needs locate its beginning. His plain our all-too-dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? Nothing better to offer, but I do worry that we will, what will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a certain death, or to a dead end, I should say, which he said to me. I cannot say for certain, but I sense the tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We will make allies of the Ondo. That makes the most sense to me. It's settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Lynn, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Paush's own. Huan? The very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore. I waited and you did not come. Then the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. Truly sorry, Posh Owen. Huan? Posh Huan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps where the dry return, our cavern to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. Ah, I believe we can be of assistance there. And one of you, Lynn, if you've not found a task, you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company, where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Are they using the rig of the turtle folk? I feel like they are. Like, the model is very different, obviously. The textures especially. Ooh. Ow, ow, ow. For those of you who are not aware, sea anemones are very stingy. Basically, like, I think that, like, just taking a glance at the fish folk, I think they're probably using the same either skeleton or rig as the turtle folk from Stormblood. Like, this expansion has been a lot of really intelligent reuse of rigs and models and things. I'm very impressed with it overall. Ooh, I forgot I got upgrades to those. Never thought to make that connection. They might. Usually go by the standing idle animation and recognizing which armatures have been reused. Your favorite is still Omega using the basic overworld frog mob. I mean, that does make sense. Just looking at Omega, that does make all the sense in the world, even if it is a little goofy. Oh, will I get to cast it? No, I won't get to cast it. Dang. Oh, and then I have a whole nother thing I want to pop. Eh. I know I'm technically done killing them, but I just got these abilities upgraded and they're too fun to use. Can I have... Yes, I do. just had a really funny thought. And it happened entirely because I caught Sheela out of the corner of my eye. I'll tell you in a minute. So you've reached your quota first. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening numbers. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Posho Uan. This was to be part of an apology for you, remember? Besides, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? Would very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were. Long had they stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. First settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers for their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that your coming, and the great vanishing of water, was by the ancients' designs, you will find a warm welcome here. Truly astonishing history. Yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance or otherwise of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. I mean, that is fair. That is very fair. And it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Pash Uan. And we'll continue to do all that we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only do not try not to overexert yourself, my friend. But yeah, the way that the neck is kind of curved over, I can either see it being the same way as the turtles, or what about this bird folk? I always want to call them axolotls, but I know it starts with an I instead. Oh, hello?
Hey, hun. Can I borrow you for a second?
Oh, you can borrow me anytime you like, stud. Alright, well, I'm gonna go see what he actually needs. It's probably something really boring business related, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes, I'm sure. I'm gonna send us to a commercial break, stand up, stretch, get water, all that good stuff. And we will be back before you know it. Alright, come here, you. What do you want? welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Then, have you learned Autumn Note? Ooh, I'm not sitting properly today. Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come along. Ooh, yay, we get another seek and find. Somewhere out there, anyway. Ah, to the northwest. Okay. I do wonder what's down there, though. I want to know, but I'm sure I'll get to it eventually. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigations. Oh, okay. Oh. I thought she wanted me to go back into the city and scrape stuff there. Inspect the structures of the Ondo cups. For distinctive features. You may move the camera. Okay, yeah. This is a seek and find, as I was thinking. That's not what I wanted. No? Oh. Tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Interesting. It's such a relaxing track, isn't it? Like, I love underwater themes because there is equal parts terror and relaxation in them. Like, it's very, you can do either or even a mixture of the both. Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all of your might with it behind the blade? Then, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone. I assure you it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkin Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not for the Ronkins, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies within the reason Emmett Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach. There are many such more remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Selk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Ascian agenda. Or mayhap, a place more dear to him than any other. He did mention that the Ascians have been in this place before. Lurking and muted at the moment. Hope you've enjoyed. Favorite zone in Shadowbringers. Fair enough. Yes, yes, yes. Are you saying this was built by the ancient Ascians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities. Here in the first, they may have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Kitana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Thanau for Victor and Felucia. Here, in the first scene, by Emmett Selk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarity between its towers and those you've just inspected? Indeed, look at the shape of those windows. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I've seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Sounds good to me. You may view the Kitana Ravel mural at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Quest destination may not be displayed on the map. Ooh. Bunk. You must search for a structure that resembles the buildings in the mural and inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows full view of the structure. Okay. So let's hang on, I need to reset my model real quick. Because basically the little piston in my chair is broken in the opposite way that you think it would be, where basically it just rises slowly over time. And so occasionally, my position gets knocked off, and I have to reset my model after I fix myself. So, yeah. Maybe. Honestly, I probably need to get a new chair because it's where I'm supposed to be looking for something. But yeah, between that and a couple of other things, it's just not doing my back any good. As comfy as the chair has been for years, I think it's starting to, show its wear and tear, you know what I mean? No, thank you. Oh. No, thank you. Second. There's a pretty huge temptation to just kind of look up what the location of this is going to be. But at the same time, that feels like it would be cheating, you know? No. Oh, wait, hang on. Did I just stumble into the right place? I feel like I might have just stumbled into the right place. Because, like, that sure does look very similar, doesn't it? Well, okay, never mind. I thought it looked kind of like that, but... maybe not? Or maybe I'm on the wrong side of it? Get up there. Maybe go up. Interesting. Like, the number of ruins I'm seeing in the background, I cannot get to. Very strange. I also just realized that I'm leaning way far into the screen. That's probably not good for me. That's probably also not helping my back, to be completely honest. There's a side quest thing to do over here, but I don't want to do that. Focus on the main story quest. Okay, there's that building that we found before. Thump. It's fine, this is fine. east. A shadow, or yeah, it's a shadow. Okay. No, thank you. Think northwest. What? Oh, it's counting him. Okay. Boo. Oh, the survey point. Okay, I was right here earlier. Dang it. Okay. Right, I'm just silly. I didn't see the survey point. Well, I feel silly. I feel very silly. Oh well. This is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder. Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins. Countless layers of dust and sediment, an entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? It is almost certain he is there. If we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Posh Oran again, ask if there is aught else he is willing to divulge. Don't... come on, let me teleport. Thank you. Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused by the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? I think I've just come from them. The remnants of the Northwest, yes? You visited them unbidden? Could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls. You may answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a thinless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean. But his skill is beyond compare. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grinold. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south. Ooh, I hope the sudden change in pressure didn't cause him to decompress, shall we say. Ooh. Oh, that is the thing we're going to. I thought it was off axis from where I was headed. I'm not so sure that's metal. This looks like a lot of crystal to me. That's just great, that is. My mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grinold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me, rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman who can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Grinold appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up. Okie dokie. Come on, yeah. You wouldn't be trying to raise my spirits now, would you? Spirit? Now, what did you do? Not what do you expect from a servant in the netherworld? So we found a weirdo at the bottom of the ocean, huh? We met before? Might be as we crossed paths back in the Crystarium, but I don't reckon we've been formally introduced. Name's Grinold, and this here's my underwater sanctuary. A place where I can give myself over to my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Now, what's so damned important that you dive all the way down here to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Oh, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse my empty head. I've not so much as made a start. I mean, been there, buddy. Been there. Oh, good expression, though. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. My delivery date's long past, my workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, right? Bringing light to them ruins be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion, but I just can't bloody well. My mind's a bleeding blank. Like I pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Sir, you need to stop falling to your knees like that. You're gonna give yourselves, like, knee damage. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something that'll give me my muse a right kick in the ass. Yondo want to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering light's got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. The spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to Brandon, and the crystal you discovered at the end of his journey. Maybe Grinold couldn't find inspiration in that. And that's where we need to have the connection to the last group of Warriors of Light. Let the Ondo down. More than that, I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. What's that you've got there? Such striking beauty. It shines like heartache and laughter in the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. I never captured such a gleam, not if I labored for 1,100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where are my tools, goddamn me? I must set to work before the feeling fades. I can feel it, a vision forming in my mind. Step aside, lass, and let me my itching hands get to work. You should probably put some cream on those. So itchy. And done. Taken the wonders that crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape that befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Oh, Oh, that whole thing, huh? I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, no, that's great. I wasn't... Sorry, it's so big and grand that I completely missed it. And to think I was this close to hanging up my hammer after studying a craft of the ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norvrant, gobbled up every scrap of crafting wisdom I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built my workshop, forges burning, then lost my bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey that sings songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. I can still feel him coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance, and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into other things as well. Bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. You can drag that lamp over to Tulshath for me. I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Ooh, I'm guessing we also get artifact weapons and things from him. You've got access to Grinald's Forge. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quests you've completed. Ooh. Yeah, the only one I've completed so far is my Gunbreaker. Bodyguard's binder, bodyguard's... Oh! Yes! Can get okay, this is where you get it. Okay, cool. Cool. Excellent. Yes, I will claim it anyway. I'll worry about equipping all of that later. Very cool. I thought I wasn't going to get that until after finished a whole bunch of stuff. So, glad to know I can get it now. Then I gotta deliver the lamp. Ooh, that means that I need to actually get some more metallic purple dye. Again, that's an off-stream thing, but it's gonna be fun nonetheless. What is it you have there? A shockingly large lamp. The sacred lamp. Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of the aiding of the cups. And now you come to me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered. Okay.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Indeed it did.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day. So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
Well, been working with some other people.
It was Brandon's then.
Mm-hmm.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you to the very end.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I have a feeling you have a part to play.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work.
Mm-hmm.
And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Asians.
Mm-hmm. It's thousands and thousands of years old.
An Asian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
And they had to come from somewhere.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost.
Mm-hmm.
But would I have done any different?
Hard to say.
How are you feeling?
Well, I was ignoring it well right up until you asked, and now I'm in excruciating agony.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city.
Excuse?
The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Valid. I have a feeling we'll be entering those areas, but I don't think you all should either.
To reach this city of the ancients.
With no order to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Depending on how this turns out, we may turn the city over to you.
Shall we?
Or if we die, then that's gonna be a bigger problem. The chieftain has bid me guide you to the steps. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coral and rock and join your comrades below. Ooh, I finally get to see what was below. You know, instead of falling like I did before. Still salty about that. Like, how are you gonna do that much damage to me and then bounce me all the way back up anyway? No, thank you. All are gathered, yes? What did... Do you mind? Oh my goodness. Oh, hello?
Hey, what counts as hurt enough to go see Aunt Elena?
Oh, sweetie, what happened?
Well, LaFerlin and I were playing in the forest, and I sort of rolled down a hill wrong.
Oh, okay, give me a second. I'll come take a look at you, sweetie. Charlie and his brother are always up to not no good, but they're kids. They're, you know, they're always exploring in the forest and all that sort of fun stuff, so they get up to business. Give me a few minutes. I'll send us to a commercial break and be back in a few. Stand up, stretch, refresh your food, all that good stuff, and we'll be back once I take care of this, alright? Alrighty. Alright, show me what you... Oh, that's fine, sweetie. We'll get a bandage on that, and we'll be fine. All gathered, yes, and I shall describe the path you must take. Into the caravan beyond, or the cavern beyond. Follow the wall down and down and down. Oh, the way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Oh, come on. Rude. I figured maybe the game was going to take it easy on me because, like, I was in a conversation with somebody, but no. Uh-huh. Keep your friends within shouting distance and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap, and the barrier will be placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We have made it so. A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Ooh. Well, welcome to the audio part of the stream, Toxan. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Go around this fellow. Let's see if we can get there. Work is making me redacted. How are you doing? I'm doing quite well today, actually. I was able to get a lot more paperwork done yesterday than I was expecting to. And while it doesn't put me ahead of where I need to be this weekend, it does actually, like, get me better caught up and better able to deal with what's coming for me during this, you know, like 2 days from now than I have been in a while. Our guide bid us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. Yet 'twould seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we shout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. I don't like how fleshy this texture is. Caliban Gorge. Okay. Why am I hoofing it? I didn't think I was going to be going for this long. It's not what I'm... I guess it's kind of an anemone. Oh, then, you have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along this coral branch, as Alice has done. I, for one, will be following my sister's example. Go. Am I headed? Sure, why not? And there's Alice. There you are. Come on, I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. Also, haven't gotten to talk about it yet. There is a TTRPG that I'm going to try running this evening called Kane. It's made by one of the two people who originally made Lancer. Think of it, like, the way that I've described it is very X-Files meets Persona. With a little bit of, like, Twin Peaks and Silent Hill built into it. I'm very, very excited to give it a shot. Very creepy, very spooky. Very anime violent in taking down giant, horrific monsters. I'm looking forward to trying it out. I am enjoying The Tempest. It's been very relaxing. It's so beautiful. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs to but raise a hand to banish the next obstacle. Then, I elect you to do the honors. Okie dokie. Nice little cutaway there. On, just like that. I suppose we should go down in then, I guess. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked in to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? Thank you for the reminder to hydrate. Water. Actual water, not just the cordial I've been drinking. Although that has been helping me stay awake. Which again, not... Part of this that always feels bad to me is like, whenever I'm relaxed and having a good time, I always start yawning. Like, I hope people don't think that makes me, like, feel like I'm bored or anything like that. It's just, like, I'm relaxed and having a good time, and so, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just too used to being constantly busy. And so, like, my body's like, oh, you're sitting still for 5 minutes. Time for a nap. I don't know. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense.
By the gods.
Okay, that's what we can see off in the distance. Welcome to Rapture. A stage manager keeping too busy? Never heard of such balderdash. I know, right, Ratmos? Welcome, by the way. As we closed our musical a couple of weeks ago.
Seeing the same view.
Return to the Forbidden Planet. Did I post a video of the monster we made for it in the Gatai server? I don't remember if I did or not.
Were solid material structures. These. Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Not a badly OT for Eku, but I can definitely see it beginning to grate on the nerves after a while. Lynn, did you note the style of the architecture? 'Tis the same used on the remnants of the cups in the mural's painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Silk has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. The magnitude of his artifice is staggering. It pains me to admit we did not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. Let's see. I spent a lot of time as caster classes. Let's go with spell speed. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Well, why don't we have a closer look at that tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Wait. Room. Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah. And is this the last ether current that's out in the wild? Yeah, which means all the other ones I have to get from quests. Ugrid. Seriously though, someone definitely played BioShock. Like, and I say that with all the love in my heart, but, you know. You know. I swear, if they send us down in a bathysphere, I will just go further to confirming it. Is an Ascian not entitled to the sweat of man's brow? I mean, they certainly think they are. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how the pixies must feel. Lynn Ornthalis recognized. Welcome to the city of Amalrat. Will you be riding the lift? Does it recognize me? Building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emmett Selk not invite Lynn to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. Where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. Yeah, fair. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Quick, how many times has Emmett Selk said, "Would you kindly" to us? Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administration, Bureau of the Architect, and the Capitol. This week on MTV Cribs. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amarat? Look, over there. Is that a person? No, my mistake. That's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed us yet, though. A giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alpha, no, you can't just... Ugh. Hey, what are you doing here? You need to get back to Kingdom Hearts. Pray excuse my boldness, but may I ask you a few questions? Oh, okay. Oh, Fucking, what? What adorable costumes! Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Which district is this exactly? That really and truly was a great voice filter. You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Polylarite district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. That was great voice work. Like, I love what they've done with this. Can you tell us where to find MSQ? I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of the 14. Okay. Okay, now we're just really leaning into the whole Kingdom Hearts thing. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? I mean, they're very helpful and polite. No, thank you. We will be fine. Alpha No is learning some things about himself right now. That facial expression is just like tall. Very well. Take care, little ones. God, I posted some art in the meme channel in both Sono and Maru's server, well, Sono's part of the server, and Maru's server, showing off like some of the abhumans from 40k, and there is a pilot lady in there that is just like, hi. To my eyes, these people seem to appear as arcane entities. I suspect MSQ wove them from the ether, much as he reconstructed the rest of the city. Final days. Like, don't get me wrong, these already almost twice my height. And, like, this lady has to be on her knees to be in the frame where an ogre is in the background. So, like, tall. Catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark and thence Heidelin herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal emerald and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. MSQ has resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city, inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. Excuse me. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. subtle tick-tock as part of this music is very interesting. Like, again, it kind of helps me drive home the idea that all of this has to do with time. Which just kind of goes to remind me even further of a line from the Yellow Submarine that has just stuck in my brain for as long as I can remember. And it's so silly, it's so simple. It's just one of them saying it's time for time and waggling their eyebrows. And it's just, I don't know why it stuck with me, but like, it just, Wait, what was lewd? What was lewd? Good gracious, child, where is your family? You should not be at home. You should not be alone in a time like this. Run along now, home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. We are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance, an eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. It is as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. Ah, meet back here when our jaws start aching. I see. I mean, you know. It's only a matter of time until Amarat 2 resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. See, that's why you should do, like, jaw stretches and things like that. If there's ever, like, a click, go see your dentist and, like, get that TMJ looked at, you know what I mean? But you don't want to miss out on fun, do you? With Emmett Selk. I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field questions of curious children. Surely you've been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the Convocation must be spent on ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan of scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. Wait. Stay safe, stay healthy. Exactly. Exactly. We'll invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence. And then they will rewrite the laws of existence. Well, hang on, though. Because that kind of sounds like they're talking about Heidelin, not Zodiark. It's a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. So I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but, like, we know that Emmett lies, and we know that, like, basically a lot of the Asians do. Like, it's a part of who they are. Like, they've been doing this for so long across so many worlds that they are so used to not telling the truth because they're afraid that either people won't understand or that truth will hurt them or harm them or something along those lines, right? And so now my brain is kind of spinning up on the idea of like, well, what if Heidelin was what they were originally trying to create and Zodiark was what they got instead, at least at first? Thank you very much for the coin toss. Welcome, 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 Coleman. But yeah, like, what if that's what happened, and like, by the time Heidelin came around, they already considered her to be like an enemy, an afterthought, that sort of thing. I don't know. I'm just theory crafting. 'Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor for this day. And what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Speculation. The convocation and their handling of the coming peril. It is only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Guess who fell asleep after work and woke up at 2:30 a.m.? Uh-oh. I mean, that does happen. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logrif, Mitron, Emmett Selk, their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect in the matter of tradition, been synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Also, trust Square Enix to work the word puissant into actual conversation. Lynn, if I was not certain before than I am now, people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled in itself to recreate this ancient Amaranth. And yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout the ocean trench. He would have his story known. Double down on the spell speed. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. It would seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Yurian J, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancient art of creation? Fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. It is not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into fragments of myth and legend. I see we arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere. From a hoard of crystals, mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in fact, a means for destruction. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to find Emmett Selk. Has anyone learned aught of which might lead to us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through, without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought that these permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder, though, Lynn, would you be eligible for one of these writs? Ooh, you're going for a fancy breakfast soon. You're fitting to get some French toast. Ooh. French toast. You know, okay, just a thought. Okay, you know the, like, barbecue place style, like, cinnamon butter? I wonder if you could get French toast made with that kind of cinnamon butter. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Sorry, I know I missed like 2 or 3 lines there. Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove useful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Maybe they know something that can help cure Lynn's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course, I don't mind. Just lead the way. And Yustala and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more intelligence to be had. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. But yeah, I figure if you were to fry the bread in like cinnamon butter, and then, you know, add your own little crust of cinnamon on the top, plus an egg, maybe, and let's see what else. Ooh, syrup. That would be great. At that point, I think I'm not creating French toast anymore so much as something else, but it would be great nonetheless, right? Alright, I'm gonna rush through these conversations just because, like, you know, this isn't what we're here for, but... ether currents. You say, little one, those garments you're wearing, they are your own original concepts, I take it. Really, they must be given their rather singular flamboyance. You'd never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but right about in your cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. What? An Amarantine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them for their use alone. Delight in disparities, the mark of the morally deficient. Disparity engenders feelings of want and resentment, which degrade the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike. Else we risk kindling the embers of covetousness and violence that ever smolder in the hearts of all. Therefore I must implore you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you might acquit yourselves as an equal among many. In doing so, you will be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this is a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the Hall of Rhetoric carrying robes perfectly suited for one of your diminutive stature. I'm sure they would be glad to share their wealth with you. But do hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. So in a world where anyone can create anything, why would anybody be covetous? Like, if you see an outfit that you like, just make it. What? Huh? Oh no, he's loquacious. Greetings, little one. Come to debate? And at so young an age, how wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? No, thank you. Oh, my apologies for jumping to conclusions. Maybe it's a skill issue, like some of them aren't good at summoning cute shoes. Oh, that would be the worst. My friends are not quite as fond of the Hall of Rhetoric as I am, so I have a habit of chatting up any potential conversation partners. So, if you're not here to debate, I presume you are here to learn about the mysterious and esoteric goings-on here. It would be my pleasure to act as a tutor in these matters, if you would indulge me. Hall of Rhetoric is, as its name indicates, a place where citizens may freely gather to discuss and debate all manner of topics. The central forum is ideal for open discourse, but smaller rooms are available for those desiring more intimate conversation. Oh, and there is a wealth of reading material concerning rhetorical techniques and history penned by the greatest minds on offer as well, should you wish to refine your techniques through self-study. To my mind, however, rhetoric is a living, breathing thing that is best experienced in the moment of conception and execution. Perhaps a demonstration would best serve to further your education. These shoes are $300. Let's manifest them. I saw a contemporary of mine engaged in a lively debate earlier, just outside the hall. Go and see if they are still there, and issue to them my personal invitation to a friendly battle of wits. Alright, like I said, I'll be back to actually properly do these quests later. Nyom, nyom. I have a feeling if you tried to hand one of these people money, they'd just look at it and be like, "That's pretty. What's it for?" Which actually kind of, like, now that I'm thinking about it, drives home the fact that, like, the world the Ascians lived in was one of relatively major peace and things like that, but it got away from them. Uh-oh. I will never get used to that vocal pattern. Greetings and welcome to the Bureau of the Architect. Are you in need of assistance? It would be my pleasure to answer any questions you might have. To your left is the counter where you may submit registrations for new creations. To your right, you will find the counter where you may requisition concepts on file. Oh. Am I correct in assuming you are not familiar with the services we provide? I see. A more detailed explanation is in order then. You understand that by harnessing the powers of creation, we can give physical form to all manner of concepts, yes? Picture a bouquet of fresh, fragrant flowers, all the colors of the rainbow. Now picture those self-same flowers formed of delicate crystal, impossibly fragile and radiating hues beyond the visual spectrum. Every day our people push the boundaries of imagination to conceive new and striking designs like these. But there are limits to what a single individual can shape with their abilities alone. Those who harbor greater ambitions may offer their concepts to others here, but they might with the strength of many accomplish what one cannot. Not all concepts are approved for wider distribution, of course. Dangerous, subversive creations pose a risk to everyone, and so it is only after a comprehensive evaluation, after a concept is judged to further the greater good, that we permit it to be shared with the community. You understand, little one? I think so, yeah. Since you are here, I think you might benefit from conversing with some of the others currently availing themselves of our services. Why don't you go and speak with some of the citizens waiting for their registrations to be processed? Much as I would like to believe my— Oh, hello?
Hey, Mom! Look at this cool animal I found!
That's an adorable little, what is it?
Can I keep it?
No, sweetie. No, no, no. We have to put that back outside. Okay. Let's see. It's 3 o'clock now. Okay, I'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break here, and we'll see how much further we can get. I may push the end time of today's stream, in case I think we can finish out the content of the expansion. Or at least of the main patch of the expansion. But in any case, we're going to take a, yeah, exactly, a creature. Adorable, it was fuzzy. I do not know what it was. It was not a rat, it wasn't a mouse, it wasn't a vole or a squirrel or anything that I've been shown or seen with myself before. It's just like a little thing. So yeah, I'm going to make sure that he actually puts that back outside. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Take a stretch, have some food, get some water, all that good stuff, and we will be back very soon. Alright, so tell me all about this thing. I'm sure you know exactly what it is.
The St. Louis Blues.
Thank you for the added patience, folks. That one took a little while longer than I expected. Apparently, there's a lot to say about stoats, and that was apparently a stoat. Which I thought stoats were a specialty, kind of like ferret or a weasel or something like that. But apparently they are their own whole thing, although I think they're kind of related. I'm not sure. LaFarland's gonna go look through the library and see what he can find on them, and I'm sure I'll hear a lot about them later today. That's neither here nor there. That's for me to deal with later. Okay, so I think we should only have like 1 or 2 more quests at this point, right? It's not even 3:15 yet. We might be able to make it all the way through it. Let's find out, shall we? A specialty weasel. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. At least that was the idea I got. Visitors room? Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Lynn Ornthalis. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Oh. And I can't play any more of that tune without getting sued. Your application is ready for collection. Your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself. Further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Back on the broom, I suppose. Problem with dealing with music and dance for so much of my life is that I can't hear the ticking of a clock and not automatically start to, excuse me? What the fuck are you? No, thank you. But I can't, like, hear the ticking of a clock and not kind of sway with it, you know what I mean? Okay, these guys feel a little bit, what was the name of the underground city in Elden Ring? All the mercury snot slime things. Next, please. Here you are. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. 3,000 years later. That is a very tall seat. This feels like somebody left a baby. Like, I'm sure it's pretty bad with basically any other group. Well, may I? But like with Lalafels, it's even more obvious, you know what I mean? How tiny we are compared to them. You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. You followed in the wake of Emmett Selk. Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade. Here and not here. Okay, so you're self-aware of it. That's great. I know only that my name is Hythlodeus, and that this city is a recreation. Phantom moment plucked from the well of history. Okay. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A straight thought would have been enough. Hythlodeus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the bubble we are. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. I do. The final days, what began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. It would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet, oh how the star had suffered. So many species lost. Land was blighted, the waters poisoned, even the wind. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiark, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would spread. The cycle of life had begun anew. We reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls he had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark. This new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. The first time in history our people stood divided. Know you then how this conflict ended? Yeah. The world was sundered. Thought you might. Hello, robed figure. Can I ask you a question? What question would you like to ask the robed figure, Atmost? Emmett Selk has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmett Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with each passing century. Listen, what we don't know is that Emmett Selk is actually wearing a really powerful binder, and that's his tits weighing him down. It's truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Okay, yeah, no, fair enough. Shoulder rides would be amazing. Anyone thoughts? Seems your turn has come. Pray do not let me keep you. Wish you joy in what remains of your time with us, Hyphlodeus. Oh, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Hang on a second. You can see him? I see no definite form. Just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Emmett Selk has recognized the hint of her in you? Anyone follows? Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. And they're gone. Your visitor's writ, as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Goodness gracious, we are going to be going all over this place, aren't we? Couldn't hurt to explore, could it? I mean, it could if there are lots of enemies around, I suppose, but I go ahead and, like, avoid them. Now here's a question. Are these things a result of the illusion, or are they things that, like, lived at the bottom of the ocean where this illusion was created? I could see either being correct. The lore implications of that conversation with Hythlodeus just now are staggering. Oh yeah, they absolutely are. I don't know if it's just because I'm playing so much of the main story quest back to back, whereas most people spent years getting up to this point, or if it's because, like, I'm familiar with this style of storytelling and story. But, like, the idea of souls being shattered into multiple parts, and that's the entire reason why the rejoining needs to happen, has been pretty clear to me for a while. But just like when, you know, they did the massive reveal, massive air quotes, about, you know, Hydaelyn and Zodiark just being other primals, essentially. I was like, yeah? Was that not obvious? Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? But again, I've played a lot of RPGs and read a lot of books and watched a lot of movies and plays and stories and all that sort of stuff over the years. So, like, I'm not being smart, I'm just being genre savvy. As a good thing, too. Or ain't a good thing, too. Urianger and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and the official entrance is by far the more attractive option. Meetings are starting up. Ooh, fair enough. Have a good lurk. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. It would seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. Windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily do we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them, even a fraction of one elm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selk's recreation did not extend to their usual function. So they're real fake doors, kind of a thing. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy with more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Reen and I tried asking about a cure for you. Problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amarat's today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whatever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, then? Was aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? Well, yeah. Great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Ascian scheming has been leading to this? Pretty much. All this time, but if they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory and in turn empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiark. That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that. But what value is there in surviving when all our own history, all of our struggles will be erased? Do not conscience such an act. Of course not. And that's to say none of what Emmett Selk plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Len, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after. By everyone you've ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Oh. Did I disconnect for a second there? Like, I didn't see any issues on my side, but now I've got a thing that says welcome to chat. He created an entire city that will take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. Suppose I'll take some piety ones this time. Ooh, okay. If they're name dropping, this is probably the last mission. Or quest, excuse me. Ooh, and a present. Alright, we're at... I mean, we've got 20 minutes until the next commercial. Yeah, well, this should probably be enough. Do you remember what that talk we had atop the tower in Mordsuk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you. You don't abandon me. And together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes and how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Bothri spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads, ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your own perilous predicament. And yet who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant talus would never have raised its head. Born witness to many such miracles at your side, and we do so again. This is but an obstacle, or another obstacle, in the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger, as you are wont to do. I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emmett Selk unto his rest, we must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth us our sight, and such have I prepared. When the Exarch's asking no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. Future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice. Not see such grim history repeated. It's time to venture out for French toast. Have fun, Ratmost, and enjoy your French toast breakfast. In a sense, Emmett Selk's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest in the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure how this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Lynn. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to act and think, as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, and how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you'd still fall victim to despair. You'd still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Kalg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I made a mistake if I failed to bind the light within you. I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, we've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really tried. You shouldn't hang your head. Shouldn't? No. If you've done your best, it's fine. We must all keep looking forward, like the heroes who gave everything to save this world. I'm not sure who you... Actually, never mind. I think the answer might be different for all of us. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Lynn. I'm going with you. Speak with the capital attendant. There's a chance I'll have to do a commercial break in the middle of whatever's about to happen. So if that ends up being the case, I do apologize. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Here you are. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital. Any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Mm-hmm.
Sulk. My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation.
Mm-hmm.
Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you call them?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison.
Mm-hmm.
Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence.
Mm-hmm.
But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Stop you from doing that? No. We came for the Exarch, honestly.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature.
Rude.
I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor.
Huh?
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the ancients?
I mean, yeah?
Look at me. I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star.
Now, did he mean us specifically?
Spats with Vorthri and his sin eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery?
No, haven't learned that at all.
How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion.
Okay, your people were more united and noble than ours.
You cannot be entrusted with our legacy.
Kind of not your choice.
I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
So what I'm hearing is he wants to do a return to tradition, which ain't exactly great.
MSQ! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished.
Let's head off now.
We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
Oh. Well, okay then.
Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work.
Uh-huh.
Backdrop for your final judgment.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Well, I don't like that. Ooh. That's certainly a visual. Okay. I guess that's gonna be the thing. No, if there's anything. Oh, okay. Oh, hello?
Mom, have you seen Mr. Grumbles?
I have not. Where was the last time you found her?
Can you help me find her?
Okay, sweetie. Well, you know what? That's good timing on this. So let's go ahead and take one last 5-minute break. And then we will get to this big finale, shall we? Stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff. We'll be back very, very soon. Alright, where was the last place you saw her, sweetie? Okay, we are back, folks, and it is time for, I guess, the ending. At least for Shadowbringers. Yeah, let's do it with NPCs. Why not? Portrait verted default. Aw, boo. Oh, right, because I'm using a different glamour than I usually do. That's fine.
Welcome to the final days of Amarant.
Woof. What in the fuck is that?
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
That back around. Okay, here we go. Excuse me? Tancred? What you doing, bud? Yeah, I was planning on it, but like, I do need you to, you know, do some of that healing, please. I was wondering what was making horse noises, but I didn't interpret that as horse-shaped because of all the spikes. Okie doke. Leaving not in their wake but blood and ash. The unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts. Yep, nope. You mentioned that. Oh, no you don't. That's my healer.
Just as prayer gives rise to primals, our dread will manifest our deepest fears.
Yeah, that makes sense. This thing looks like a Chinese festival lion in the most horrific way possible. Hate that description. Wait, huh? What was I supposed to do there? That wasn't very well telegraphed that I needed to come in for that. Aww. Poor folks. What's blue over there? Huh. Okay, well, I guess let's try that again. Oh, that's why I didn't see what I was supposed to do. Oh, come on. Whew. That thing is gross. Really good design, don't get me wrong. Fantastic design. Ugh. Nothing is friendship. You know, if those Shadowers didn't have head, I would assume that they were basically just grenades. Again, I'm having a lot of fun spotting how they've reused assets here. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. If you've ever wondered why I go a little bit quiet when I start doing this sort of thing, it's because I keep messing up my rotations if I'm thinking about talking at the same time. Which I know is, you know, not great for entertainment value because, like, you know, oh, you want me to be talking because, you know, hey, that's why you come to see a streamer instead of just playing the game yourself. But at the same time, watching me mess up, I don't know, is that a good thing? Is that a thing that people enjoy? I mean, I guess that's a thing people enjoy. I shouldn't even ask that question. Of course that's a thing people enjoy.
land buckler. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Keep hearing the ping of Ultima's laser, and again with the reused assets. So good. Very good usage here. Oh, what the fuck are you? Oh, that is an Ultima. Oh, I was facing the wrong direction for that. That was probably like a whole great, like, visual thing. Okay, now that is definitely a reused grenade. Oh, beans! I forgot to... Still not used to my... having, like, flare as a thing. Oh, good. Another boss. It looks like a chicken. Like, evil chicken, or maybe an owl. Oh, there's a snake on its butt. Oh, so it's a cockatrice. Or, wait, is that... I know that cockatrice is kind of, snake-bird hybrid thing. Excuse you? I want to go to that one. Thank you. Goodness gracious. No, distinctly not. I remembered I had that giant scorch attack that time though. Almost through this wave. Welcome back, you big beastie. Hate that.
Yet this was far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further, and you will see the end of a world.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, no, thank you. Okay, I thought those were Ultimas. They are a whole ass other thing.
You underestimate me.
Oh, I'm gonna have to fight one of those, aren't I? Props to the art team on all of these enemies. They are truly horrific.
star was fading, we saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Woof. Oh, I see. Okay. I don't like that the enemies are not affected by that thing's laser. Like, I understand it from a mechanical standpoint, but it's rather inconvenient.
But between us and our goal loomed a final mystical feat.
Hang on, I need to go deal with something real quick. I will be right back. Okay, not a big enough issue to require me to take a full break, but did need to step away from a second there. So I appreciate Your patience. The realm Emerald. Woof. Okay, oh, are we meant to deal with this thing? Imagine it's basically just similar to those book fights. And it's kind of just a DPS check. Oh. Woof. Okay, you can walk off that edge. Good to know. Duly noted. Great. Fantastic. Alright, well, love going into this fight with much less power stored than usual, but okay. At least this time I am less surprised by it, shall we say? Okay. Well. Oh, I hate that. What in the fuck are those things gonna do? Oh, okay. Oh, goodness gracious, this thing has a lot of HP. Okay, okay. I'm in danger. I legitimately don't know if we're gonna win this one. This is the time to actually use my limit break.
Hey, hun. Can I borrow you for a second?
Yeah, you can borrow me anytime you like, but, no? Well, okay. Oh, And the unfortunate part of that is, if I was doing this with people, they would have just rezzed me. Freaking A. Okay. Alright. Time for a short break. Yeah, I have to run a commercial. But I'm probably not going to let the entire timer run through this time. Basically, I'm just going to let the commercial run for as long as it needs to run, and we'll be right back. Alright? Talk to you soon. Alright, what do you need, hun? like I said, short break, just long enough to get the gods of Twitch off my back for another 45 minutes. Alright, let's try this. I am so ticked about that. I was within spitting distance of being done and I walked off the fucking edge. So silly. Okay. We can do this. It's not that bad. Just annoying. And again, if I was doing this with a party of people, they would have just revived me. Both of those times, and we would already be done, but now. Okay, so we're going to do that direction first. Then we're going to do center. Probably there it goes. Okay. Now I begin to understand. And then we're going to do audience left, I'm guessing. Oh, no. Eek, badaboom. Is this a situation where I'm not seeing the tells because of how small I am? Ow. Excuse you. No. Oh, come on! Alright, yeah, I'm gonna try... Like, I futzed with it earlier, but... Oh, that's not what I want. I'm gonna try switching to the legacy type. No, that doesn't work either. Okay, this is the one time, or one sort of situation where I wish I wasn't playing a LFL, because my camera is physically lower than most other races, and so, like, I end up missing cues that are obvious simply because, like, the center point of my camera is about 3 feet lower. Like, I've seen a lot of people play at, like, this range, and I just physically cannot do that. But even zoomed all the way out, I'm missing stupid things like that. Like, the lasers are taking up my entire camera space. How can I tell if I am inside them or not? And I know to a certain extent there's a positioning thing involved there, but like, unless I put that, and even that wouldn't work because... grumble, 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 grumble. No, do not walk off the edge. Like, that one almost got me purely for the fact that it's just such a close edge there. Okay, I saw your eyes flash. Okay, you've summoned those. Saw a flash of the eyes. What does that tell us? Because it was all the eyes, not just some of the eyes. So how useful is that actually?
Leave the healing to me.
I'm not trying to do any healing right now. No, that's a fucking edge. Stop it. I say to myself as if somebody else were controlling... Oh, 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 oof. Love to, not sure how. Fuck's sake. Okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. Like, the normal tip here is to just watch what the NPCs do and follow their lead. But, like, sometimes they don't seem to know what they're doing either. Goodness gracious. Oh god, oh god. I have no idea how I made that. No, 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 no!
This is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Right. Thank you, Shurgon Lee. Really don't like that mechanic. I also really don't like the fact that it just does a hard reset, even though I know Alpha Node's class has a resurrection ability. Like, the fact that I fall off the edge there should not be a party wipe. And it feels really bad that it does with NPCs. Like, this is not a complicated fight. But the fact that everywhere is a death trap, literally, makes it feel more difficult than it actually is. This thing is taking, what is this, 5? Like my 5th death in this case? And like, granted, I know I'm not good at games. I understand that fact. I am not denying that fact. But this still feels bad. Also generally not great that sometimes those just fall off. Like, it's a cool effect, don't get me wrong. Oh, come the fuck on. No. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow. Okay.
Because God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished.
Okay. Dungeon done. I think. I don't like the fact that Reen was asking where is Emmett Self. That makes me feel like something else is coming. I'm already an hour overhand. Overhand over my normal finish time. Ugh.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Nevertheless, your performance was underwhelming, and I remain
Fuck off.
Oh, you tower of your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Good lunge, though.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
You are a mistake. For we who have no perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but this is getting a little tiresome, Emmett. And by a little, I mean a lot, because holy crap, that last fight.
All you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prat.
Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave.
Mm-hmm.
My world will have no need for heroes.
That's a nice thought. My world has no need for you.
Still fighting the good fight.
Mm-hmm.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Okay, and this is how they're going to use the excuse of, like, forcing us to do the next part with other players.
Do not presume to speak of my future.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance?
Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
God, now he's speaking at me with a child voice.
You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
No.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Mm-hmm. Blech. Squelchy noises. Oh, hello, Zionic. Welcome to the stream. We are running extremely long today because I'm trying to finish up the expansion, and I figured, oh, I'll just be in and out like most of the time in a dungeon, and no, I wiped like 5 fucking times.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? save our worlds.
It's the hope, Ardbert. Like, don't get me wrong. This entire segment has been absolutely well designed. But there's a little kink in the idea that, like, I'm doing this with NPCs, or at least I was doing the dungeon with NPCs. And when I died, even though Alphino has or should have an ability that can resurrect me, it just decided to wipe me to the beginning of the fight. So yeah, here we are. I'm a little frustrated, trying to treat the game with respect, because people did a lot of great work on this. But also,
Take it. We fight as one.
like, it's one of those things where if I was doing it with other people, yeah, I would just be rezzed. Yeah, but yes, I did have a good Halloween.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
Oh, that's cool.
It can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
I have no fucking clue, but we're gonna find out, buddy.
Stand together. I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Ooh.
Damn you all!
I challenge you, Emmett Selk. I love that they've worked in an explanation for how other player characters get here.
Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one
And
another.
the music here bops too.
Who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber?
Okay. How long do y'all think this is going to take me to get into? 24 minutes? No, okay, no, I'm already an hour over. I can't. But as much as I want to, I cannot. I wanted to be done. So wanted to be done. But unfortunately, I cannot stick around for that long because it would be that long of a wait, and then whatever length of time the fight actually takes. So I am going to have to put that to the side for the time being. We'll be back to finish this expansion next Friday. For now, let's go over to the just chatting screen. Well, goodness gracious, folks, that was one hell of a sequence, and I really, really wish that I had not messed it up so many times, so we would have actually been able to get to the ending of the expansion in this. But unfortunately, as I said, I'm already an hour overdue, so I just cannot. I have things to do this evening. Okay, so let's take a look. I need to actually get my schedule, or my calendar down, because yeah, no, like it's a new month and all that sort of fun stuff. So, there are technically 5 Saturdays in this month, but I don't know if I will be able to actually make the 5th Saturday because of Thanksgiving. But tomorrow I will be back at 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time with Wargroove 2, which is kind of that fantasy take on Advance Wars. Shadowbringers has been amazing so far. Thank you very much. Shadowbringers has been very amazing so far. This last dungeon has just absolutely taken it out of me, and I cannot wait to finish up the main expansion and get into the patch quests next week. So, as I said, we'll be back tomorrow, November 2nd, with more of Wargroove 2. Until then, for more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky and Twitters at Come and Go Tavern for announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you need to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we're going to be raiding out to somebody, so let's go ahead and check to see who is online right now. Ooh, tough choice, tough choice. Because both Captain Hurricane and Sonomikon are on right now. Ooh. Hang on, I'm actually going to roll a die about it. Let's see, do I still have that window open? Okay, looks like we are going to stream, we're going to raid over to Captain Hurricane. So let me get that set up, and I will say my goodbyes. Ta-ta for now. Bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.